And I'm live with a sense of deja vu. My internet just cut out. I don't know why. And I thought, like, straight off the bat, the first one that will go in this playlist for this sprint week, I can't have a part 2 just 10 minutes into the stream. So I ran the intro again. I spent a lot of time on that intro, so I'm going to run with it again, and we're going to pretend that we're starting for the first time. But in reality, we know that I was streaming for about 20 minutes, setting up the day, and my internet cut out. At least you got the intro again. So I don't know how far along it did cut out, but today what I'm working on is I wrote up this whole checklist. I don't know how long I was on stream or not, but I was just running through. So I'm going to recap quickly. So I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. I actually don't know how far along we know. So I'm building the Best Auto Captions app. This app automatically adds captions to short form content, and this is a follow-on from my live auto captions app, which you can see down there, and a nice flare adds to show you every time I say auto captions. And so what I'm working on, I've split everything into 2 categories. I've got my main checklist and I've got the cleanup list. The cleanup list, like a running total of just what I need to get to. That's going to be just annoying stuff to develop and build that I don't want to take away from the core development. This app I've been building now for 3 months, and it was supposed to be a side project to my bigger app. And the code that I'm building is going to be taken out of this app and put into the bigger app, like a video editing app. And this has taken a lot of my attention, a lot of my focus. So I've just got to wrap this thing up. Got to get it released, at least version 1.0. And my head was so stuck in building this thing that I thought there was a lot more to do. Like, I thought I was many months away from actually releasing it. But the other day I jumped on to add a video, to add automatic captions to it, and realized that it's pretty much at a state where I can release it soon. I just got to start fixing it. So to recap, what I need to do is work on the editing a subtitle. The color selection I'm going to leave as is. I had some plans on making that like really nice interface, but for version 1.0 it works. It's staying there. I've got to add more fonts. So more fonts are going to be added in there. I need to revisit the styles. So at the moment, these are the styles we're running with. These are just like ones that have been developing. So I've got to revisit them, add some nice styles in there. Creating new projects. So this screen, creating a new project, I'm going to, it's just ripped from my existing app, which was take a screenshot and turn it into a video. So this has got to be a bit more user friendly. So when you create an app, you can select a template, and the template is basically just like what style you're going to be running with. That crashes. If I generate too many things at once, it crashes. So that's got to be fixed. So I'll wait for it to render, now I go to style. So I'm thinking when you create a new project, it asks you what style you want. These will have the styles in there, and then also have the recent ones. And then I've got to start optimizing it. So at the moment, the way, and I think this is where I got cut off before. What's happening here? There. Those subtitles are going crazy. Having a fun day today. Everything's deciding. Whoa. Alright. Relaunching. There. I'll one day I'll have a stream where everything goes right. Today's not one of those days. So we want to load up live captions. We want to add live captions. And all I can blame is myself. Because these captions are my code. So I'm just setting it up the way that I want. I've got to look into why that did that. And I wanted that to be a red color. Size 50. And at the bottom. Hello, Daniel. Welcome to the stream. And the poll, Claude versus ChatGPT. I've recently learned with ChatGPT, most normal consumers are using ChatGPT. And it's really us in the tech bubble that are using Claude. But Claude is much more powerful. But they don't have the marketing or the pool yet. Most people don't know what Claude is. But I'm leaning more towards Claude these days. So I've got my list of stuff to do. I've got a checklist. What I want to focus on today. More fonts, revisit styles, creating new projects. What's an easy one to sort of get back into the swing of the code? Roger Dodger prefers Claude as well. I think that this poll that I've added about Claude versus ChatGPT, I reckon I know the answer to it with coders. Ed Rocks, please hire me. I don't hire anyone, so I don't know how I can hire you. I don't like this music. Too slow for my liking. Okay, so an hour in, well, 40 minutes into it. Let's focus. What am I going to be focusing on first? Ah, I need to work on that screen. Animation, position, scale, screen. That could be a nice one to work on first off. I might do some cleanup tasks. So first, cleanup on animation select. We'll do accent color, remove recent. And then what can I focus on next? Because I need to refresh myself with the code. So I don't want to go too heavily into it to start off with. The timeline doesn't work the way that I want it to work. So I need to replace it at some stage. But what will go there instead? Am I still streaming or not? I'm still streaming. Google, YouTube's telling me YouTube is not connected, but it says I'm streaming. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Daniel confirms I am streaming. I think I'm just having internet troubles today. Thanks for the clarification, Daniel. And I was under the impression, I think when OBS disconnects, it gives you a few minutes where you can reconnect before it cancels the stream. So if I stay on top of it and keep an eye on it, I will know if I've disconnected, and I can switch to like mobile data and then resume. But I got to keep an eye on it. A bit glitchy before. I think I'm just having internet problems, which is not good when you're trying to do internet things live. I feel like revisiting the styles today. So revisit styles. Styles are, we don't want to export. Styles are this one. Revisit styles and fonts. So a couple of cleanup tasks. Revisit the styles. Revisit fonts. More fonts. Revisit styles. That's a nice way to get back into the swing of the code, I think. Not many items on that list. Started quite high up. Might just make that size and then do that. There we go. Hello Mustafa and welcome to the stream. I'm a developer myself, full-time freelancer. Lately I've been considering this indie app making path. Do you think it's worth it in the long run? I think it's worth it in the long run, but I think that's the key aspect, isn't it? My stream started to lag when I was rendering videos in the simulator. Yeah, okay, that might be the issue, because it's using a lot of the processor. Good point. But Mustafa, to answer your question, I definitely think it's something worth pursuing, but I wouldn't throw myself into it 100%, so still subsidize your existing income with doing the app development, only because like it took two years minimum for me to build any momentum. But with that said, I was doing it with a fresh slate. People can sort of jump ahead by learning what works and what doesn't, I guess. I had file delete. I'm just deleting all temporary files in the, this is my rudimental version of temporary file management at the moment. So instead of deleting all the temporary files, I'm going to leave them, and that way hopefully I don't trigger the stream to disconnect when I'm rendering videos again. So basically what's happening is, let's see if this works. So if I go to styles now, they should just load without rendering. Yeah. So instead of rendering them each time, I'm just going to clear that again. Add it to bookmarks. So I'll manually clear it when I want to. Animation sheet cleanup fonts. How did the momentum build over the 2 years? Asked James. Was there something you did that increased downloads or focused more on marketing? The momentum built from learning what works, what doesn't work, and just honing in that skill to build apps, and then learn from each one what the mistake was and go from there. So if I built an app and no one downloaded it, I'd work out why no one downloaded it, and that's what made me focus on targeting keywords. So I was going in there blind. I was just building apps that I wanted to build without really validating it first. So the validation I do now is seeing if there's a use case for it, and if there's actual people wanting to download it, and saying if there's a use case for it is a pretty cop-out way of sort of phrasing it. But if there's a use case means, would people actually want to use this app? And then looking at the keywords to see if there's people actually searching for keywords to download that app, and then working out how long it's going to take to build the app. Daniel, what stack did you use before? Were you using JavaScript, React in the past? How are you liking Swift UI now? I was using Cordova. Cordova. It's by Apache, and basically it's just a HTML, CSS, and JavaScript container that you can put whatever you want in. So my existing app web design skills just translated straight to that. I wouldn't recommend this anymore. Their support for it is drying up. There's now Ionic Capacitor. So if you like a JavaScript developer or anything, Ionic Capacitor is probably a better choice, and that's also cross-platform. Oh, that was in my clipboard there. Hang on. Why is it doing that? Paste. Okay. The animation sheet I want to update. So popular standard, let's see, subtitle transition. What did I call the sheet? I called the sheet transition name view. Words, animation easing. I got the, here we go, I called it tag scroll view. We remove it from there. Video animation easing, we remove it from there. Animation easing group. Camera. Computer science is a tough market right now. Don't recommend it. What do you think? I'd never had any formal training. My whole path into this has been no formal training. So it's always meant that I've always created my own job. I've never been down the path of being employed by anyone else. So I'm not entirely sure what the job market is like and what that pathway looks like. And I actually wouldn't know how to work with how it even works with other developers. I just a bit of a lone developer, and that I like that, so I can just focus on what I want. So we have, did that lag a bit because that rendered it all. So we have these ones. Subtitle transition. I want to update the theme. What's your experience been like, Ed? Have you worked for a company in the past, or are you formally trained? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this to be accent. Here. So that there will always be a lot of coders. So if you want to code and become a software developer, just improve yourself. definitely a transition period at the moment with AI tools really taking over a lot of the grunt work development stuff, I would suspect. I want that back button to be themed color. I want the accent color. I think it must go into... I must have to do it in the actual navigation view. And I guess that's the pathway that I like, was developing apps and doing it myself. I could learn at my own pace and then set a task. So come up with an idea, work out the feasibility of building the idea, sort of bring it out just outside of your scope of being able to build, and then learn along the way. That's the pathway that's worked for me in building. Ah, there we go. So that worked. And I want that title to be updated. Back to good old Swift UI instead of AppKit. Building that last app in AppKit for Mac OS was kind of the same, but breaking my head at the same time. Navigation title. This one is video animation easing. See, I haven't even named these things that I... So remove that one. VStack. That one is words active animation easing selection view. I gotta rename these, but this is the placeholder so I know what I'm looking at on the screen. Animation easing group selection. That one is animation camera selection. Never underestimate soft skills when becoming a developer, says Jamie. What do you mean by soft skills? Software skills or like peripheral skills? So this one is easing animation group selection. I called that here subtitle transition. Word active animation. Words active animation. I called that one highlighted word. Subtitle motion we call animation camera. I've made a mess of this naming convention because this is called subtitle motion, and the next one I actually called video camera. Video animation. And this one will be called video camera. Because I ended up late in the development cycle. I thought I wanted, like, if it's a duck and an explosion, I want the camera to be able to say earthquake, like a shake. So then when I play it, like it it's supposed to. Earthquake. It's supposed to shake the actual camera. I can see it's doing it a little bit. Try a different animation. Hang on, that didn't save that. Did it save it there? No. So add it here. Video camera will be earthquake. I can see it zoomed in. So earthquake's not working. Wobble. Got to revisit those animations. Do an obvious one, which is to zoom in. See how it zooms in. But there should be a very noticeable camera shake on the earthquake style. It should like vibrate the whole screen. And all I'm seeing it doing is zooming in. If earthquake, then it needs to be... So it is setting a... So yeah, it zooms in a little bit because it's going to vibrate a lot. And then it's setting the vibration as a percentage of the width and height. So let me just increase them considerably and see if it actually is working. So that, Adam, in the future, would you like to build a software company? In what respect? Like a company where I'm an agency building for other people, or this is... So go, I want explosion and I want the earthquake. So it should vibrate. It's not really doing it, is it? This is where I've got to remember the code that I've created. Let me just double check that it is generating it. So better video camera selection. That'll be on the list for today because that's an easy one, or a nice one to ease into. Vid cam selection. It could be, if I export it, I wonder if it's going to reduce the quality of my stream if I export. Encoding overlay, please turning down video settings. So I definitely have run into issues when I process. Yeah, so that's what's happening because there's so much happening on my PC. So I think that might have cut out a little bit then. So we go to videos, we can see it's not adding it there. There should be a shaky camera there. But if you have a look as well, there's a bit of a washed out effect happening. So that's the original. And there's a bit of a washout. So I want to know why earthquake's not working. The other ones are working. I'm going to see if that code is being triggered. Yes, that code gets triggered. It restores it. So it starts off, so it adds 55 keyframes to that event, and those keyframes are changing the position. What I'm going to do is make it just change a silly amount. CDAT asks, a company makes app for other companies or making own ideas. So I've run a web development agency in the past, and that's not a path that I would go down again personally. I don't like working on other people's projects. So that what seems to be happening is it's got a smooth effect that it's trying to jump to the next frame. I think what's happening is it's too smooth, so it's not actually we don't want wobble, we want earthquake. So right now it's going off the screen by 10 times off the screen. But clearly it's not actually getting to the stage where it's going off the screen. So it works like that, but that's not the expected behavior. Because I should only move it 5% off the screen and then scale the image 10% bigger than the image itself so it doesn't go off screen. Because if I say -10 and -10, that will be just completely off the screen. Earthquake. No, that's not doing as I expected. Because it should set the keyframe to, so 0.5 means 50%. So the keyframe is always center of the frame. And then I'm removing 10 off it. But it's not actually removing 10, like it's not going 10 times off the screen. It's actually doing nothing. Which is an unexpected. So it's not in the way that we're rendering this. And it's not in the way that we're setting up the keyframes. Where am I showing that? And this is where I got to remember what I'm actually doing. So I've got a video frame, video view, not the looping video view. The looping video view is a different one. Video editor view. Video player view. And I do need to have there would be an offset position. And then that has the current frame value, position X and position Y. So the scale is working. And I wonder what value is being pushed to there. Current keyframe value. Was just double checking that I'm still streaming. The last word cuts off sometimes on that. So I want to work out, so I've got the position and these are being pre-calculated. So they're being pre-calculated and then I'm getting them there. So I've got to work out where they're being calculated. Earthquake is video animation easing. called it generate keyframes. Subtitle render. We have our video camera keyframes. And this is the complexity that I've added to it. And I'm remembering now why from the outside it looks like there's a lot, like it's pretty much ready to go, but there's a lot of intricacies that I've built into this thing, which make it a little bit harder to fix small bugs. Not to mention I've got video camera keyframes, which isn't actually the camera. Animation video. Animation motion. I think I called it motion. That adds to the caption. That plots the frames on the video layer. Video layer keyframes. Plot frames. Is it still plotting them as a percentage or a fixed value is what I want to find out. When I, okay. We want to set that to earthquake. That will render it. So now I can have a look to see. Position is still a percentage. Position slightly off. That's exactly how I want it to look there. So when we subtitle render, we're adding the keyframes here, and then we're plotting the frames here. In doing so, we need to plot the plot frames. Video layer is self.video layer. And then we plot the frames in the video layer. But video layer plot frames. So we already know that we're on the video layer. We're going to plot the position. And that's still passing it through as a percentage, isn't it? Current keyframe position, still passing it as a percentage, so it's not in that part. Back to the video. Video player, video editor view. And we have the offset here. I feel like current keyframe value . So is it just pushing through the percentage value to the, instead of it being like a fixed value here, I think I'm just sending through the, so current keyframe value. So I've got the video layer. I've got the frames. Let's just jump to this one. And we've got the position. It's, yeah, so it's saving it as a percentage. It's only moving it a fractional of the actual thing. So we know the width times size width, because we want to do it by the fixed size, and it's always going to be a fixed width. Okay. Hopefully that works as expected. I think it drops out when I compile. All right, let's see if this does an earthquake. Yeah, so now that's not working as expected because that's center aligned. But I can still test whether this is working. So what this should do now is shake that center alignment. There you go. So now I need to do 0.5 less. So the absolute position is offset 50% up and vertical and horizontal. No, that's not how it's supposed to work. Now it's gone too far. I need to add it to here. So it's, we start at 50% and then we remove 50% times, that's not going to work. So if we think that's 0.5, we want to move 0.5 that way. We also want to add maybe that is what I want to do. So removing the half. Okay, it works. That's what I wanted. In cleanup, render video earthquake. I can't work on that on stream because when I'm rendering video, it's dropping out OBS. So the preview, I've got it to work. That's the earthquake. So to get back where I was at an hour ago, we have the ability to add an animation and a video camera, change the way the video camera works. So for example, we have an explosion. We can change the way that the video works. In doing so, that was a nice ease in to get my head refreshed with how it's all working. There's some complexity there that probably doesn't need to be so complex. Daniel says I should stream on Twitch as well. I was using Restream for a while, and Restream pushed it out to Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. But then what I found was all the platforms seem to limit your exposure when you're multi-streaming. So it's like you have to choose one platform and run with it. And I'm in that growth phase trying to build my YouTube channel. And at the moment, when I save my stream, when I finished it, it saves it to a playlist. So it's like, it's short, it's live content, but then it's evergreen in the future. And ideally what I want to do is one of these apps I want to make successful and then be able to go back and you can actually see the live stream of me building it from day one. That's where I think the value of YouTube and having it archived plays in. All right, now talking about whiteboard, I've got animation sheet cleanup done. Not sure if subtitles are keeping up. I'm running quit. I think I might turn the subtitles. Yes, I don't think subtitles are catching up with what I'm doing. Let me try this. I'm gonna have to turn the subtitles off. Something's happening with the processing of everything because I'm doing a lot on the MacBook. That one there, that one there. Next on my list, I wanted to look at fonts and styles and video camera selection. I might keep that role of the video camera selection. So at the moment, they're just the Sadat's making some progress on his memory game. That's awesome. Thanks for tuning in, Sadat. and thanks for the well wishes, and good luck with the memory game. See ya. So the video camera, I want to have previews of what it will look like and a better selection. So this is a little bit different than managing the style of the subtitles. In the camera selection, it's actually the frame of the video. So that will be like a layout, and I might run with the duck theme. I like the duck. So just a box like that. Duck there, the name of it just at the top, I guess, and that will show a preview. So if it's an earthquake, that will just shake. At the moment, it's just, whoop, just spilled my drink. At the moment, it's just the names of the frames. So what's the best way to do this? Video camera. Got the video camera here. I would like to have grid view. I don't actually think we need a search view in there either, do we? I'm going to remove the search views from those screens. Let's just double check that they're in there. Yeah, they're not actually in there. We can remove the search view. It's because it's if search view. But in those screens, we don't need a search view. Camera selection. Video camera. But is there many people watching on Twitch, Daniel? I'm not entirely sure that I got it working well because I was restreaming it, like multicasting it. So I think I was being penalized by all the algorithms. Video camera, I would like to have my lazy view. I've already got a lazy view here. Columns will be 2. It'll be top leading. The other one I have is subtitle motion. I guess I don't even have to render a video for each one. I can just have a video player that animates it. We called it animation easing raw value. Animation easing raw value. Could these be pre-rendered and cached? At the moment, they're rendered the styles are rendered on the fly and then cached, and then in the initial loading up, it is possible to pre-render it, I think. But for these ones, these are rendered on the fly, and then the first time they're viewed, then they're cached. So for this one, I want, it just has to be a static image, and then I can actually just modify the view from that static image. So I don't think it needs to be rendered as such, because I think it's low CPU when I'm just changing the position of the element, like replicating on screen what's going to happen. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But I'm going to have my duck. I might take a new picture of the duck. Hello, Bahatan. Welcome to the stream. Are you in Monday or are you in Sunday? So that's the updated one that I'll be showing. Let's resize that. Clear recent list. Everything's running so slow. I make it 500 just to be on the safe side. 500 by 500. What I might like to do, before I resize it, I might just make him stand out a bit more. Now resize it. I want it to be 500 by 500, and I want to drop shadow. Make drop shadow black. But he needs to be a bit more center aligned, doesn't he? So the center of the duck is there and there. height, make it 700. We center align him a bit better. That's not going to work. Crop. I've lost some parts on the outside. And then I'll make him a bit bigger. Duck frame preview. Call him duck frame preview. Bahatton, Monday, but 3 AM still awake. That's dedication. Beppo, hello, welcome to the stream. Dayton Pruitt, hello Adam, just caught you streaming live for the first time. I'm from the East Coast, USA. So is it, in the USA, is it the same time as Bahatton over there? Early morning? Hassan, hey Adam, I'm working while watching the stream. That's the way to do it. That's what I encourage. And then that way, you're not watching my code. So what I want to do is have a preview of the duck. So we say video animation easing preview view. And we'll have a style in there. So we've already got a style determined here. So we'll have new template, video animation easing preview view. That's a mouthful. And we have a style selected. And then I would like to have image. And we learnt a lesson from Maxim. I don't know if he's reconnected, but we go duck frame preview, duck frame preview. So we can actually code it in like that. Animation text style. It's actually an animation video. What did I call it there? If we look for earthquake again, video animation easing. Animation video, we called it. And we go animation easing. Rounded rectangle. Corner radius, we'll make that 8. we don't actually want to set the frame width and height. It's 7:14 p.m. on Sunday in the USA on the East Coast. That's not too bad. That's not 3 a.m. There's a compile error style. We want to have, well, we know the style we're using. We'll grab it from here. We'll call it earthquake, because that's the most dramatic one. We want to make this clippable and resizable. We want it to fit. Bahatan, have to sleep. Love you, Adam. Love you too, Bahatan. This needs to... We need to be able to... It's gone full screen. Okay. So I would like... That's happening. So I've got that already happening over here. I go, we know current frame value. So we're going to have a resize that has the scale effect and offset just there. That gets the current frame. And current time is a time interval. I probably don't need to worry about having it as time interval because I can just run with the frames directly. Private vary current frame. Let's just make it frame 4. We don't need to get the video frame. So we have the frames sorted by sorted time. Rendered keyframes. We have sorted keyframes. Gonna go. Oh, I'm looking for different music. There we are. What's the little menu bar thing next to docked? What do you mean? The blue menu bar thing? This thing? Screen sharing? Is that what you mean? Or that one there is also screen sharing? Docked. Docked there. What's the blue thing? Screen sharing. So that's showing, it's telling me that I'm sharing what cameras are active, and what screen I'm sharing for the stream. So I'm sharing the background, that one, sharing that one, sharing the stats in the corner, the code. I'm getting another drink. I think they mean the dock icon next to the dock. That's actually, so I've set up carabiner elements, which is like, it lets you set up hotkeys on your keyboard. So basically, I choose whether it's docked or not, and then I can customize all of the functionality on my keyboard. So I've got a profile for docked and profile for laptop. So when I'm on the laptop, I don't want all of the macros and keyboard stuff to trigger. So I set that to laptop, and then it's not for coding anymore. But like, I just do things like, I'm from a Windows background. So like when I do Alt F4, that closes a window. I like the home and end to behave like a Windows, so I can navigate easily on my code. And what other settings do I have on there? Lock screen calculator, like I could do this, Control R to run a command, Control Shift Escape to bring up Task Manager. So it's just to load up all the functions to make all my muscle memory work. Carabiner elements. Carabiner elements, powerful and stable keyboard customizer for Mac OS. Yeah, so it lets you, and then you can also do it specifically for apps. So each individual app can have its own keyboard combination. I think you searched clipped in it before. Found it. On up here, so we want to have a V stack that'll take up the whole element. We want, this is going to be changed based on current frame value, rendered framed current frame. And we wanted to know what this frames is a animation frame. And then we're going to have geometric proxy, geometry is a geometry reader proxy in Did any of your shortcuts break with Mac OS 15.1 when they banned the global shortcut keys due to ASCII password thingy? No, I haven't really seen any issues actually. I didn't know they did that. The science beaker icon. The science beaker icon is like, I add all of my shortcuts, so any code shortcuts that I've created, and then I can quickly find it. So the Science Beaker, that app is Snippets Lab, and I put all of my code in there that I use regularly. And then if I, like I said, I've come from a JavaScript background, so I come up here and I want to set timer. So I've got a shortcut up here called set timer, and in SwiftUI that's dispatch queue main async after, and then I set the timer there. Yeah, so that is called Snippets Lab. Keep your code at your fingertips. So all of the common code that I use, I put into there, and then I can just access it in a searchable way. Really easy to find. So if I want to add a photo view, I do that, adds it to the keyboard, and then I paste it in there. Why is that set to? It needs to be a state if I'm making it private. I don't have a subscription to set app. In my process of learning SwiftUI, I wanted to easily store code that I could call on. Best auto captions crashed. So I wanted to have code that I could just store and re-access. Index out of range, of course. Let's go to Claude. Make sure this never goes out of range. Apps using the only API accepted on the App Store for registering keywords are now in a semi-functional state because Mac OS 15 doesn't allow registering Option key and Option Shift hotkeys. I didn't know that. I don't use the Option key much, so I'm actually using the Command key and the Control key. So I'm using Command key like the Windows key on Windows, or Alt key. I cannot paste URLs in chat, but this is the top of posts from Reddit. Mac OS 15 API Option Shift key hotkeys. Apps. Paste. Apps using only API accepted on the App Store for registering. Updated the embed screenshots messaging. I don't know that it's impacted with this one. But this app seems to, it sets up like a virtual keyboard. So basically I'm running a virtual keyboard, so it's not actually detecting when I press the buttons. I'm using the Carabiner Elements keyboard. I think this is how it works. I'm using the Carabiner Elements keyboard. That's a virtual keyboard, and when I'm typing in, it's going to the virtual keyboard and then sending it out. So I think it might be a little bit different. Return animation frame. We'll return an empty animation frame so it's not going to crash. Only be an issue if that app was on the App Store. Possibly, because I don't think that they would ever allow a virtual keyboard on the App Store, but I could be wrong. Earthquake, and then I want to we have rendered keyframes and we want to render them. So we'll have style dot animation video generate keyframes. Maximum timestamp, we'll make it, it'll run for how do I want it to work? If I run it for 60 frames, then that'll run for 2 seconds. But in the case of zooming in, I kind of want to have a delay, but I'll get this to work first. Create a timer that steps through current frame from 0 to 60 at 30 frames per second, so 60 equals to 2 seconds. Oh, stop. This is my code. I have there's this query thing, and it should, I'm just jumping to the other app now. So when an AI query is called, it will show the AI queries screen, because at the moment it's showing all the stats. It should show so quit the coding challenge, close. So now when I do an AI request, it should load that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So that shows a preview of the video. What that should mean is when I now do video editor view, actually I think we can just run at 10 frames per second. It's still runs 60 equals 2 seconds. Just run at 10 frames. Just update at 10 frames per second. Timer equals that one there. So we probably don't need it to run at 30 frames per second on the preview. Whoop, 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 whoop. James, how does that widget know when an API query has been placed? Is there an API you can link into? All I'm doing, I've got a keyboard, I'm monitoring keyboard strokes. Keyboard. Where'd I call it? There is. So I've got a keyboard monitor, and all it's doing is detecting the keys that are pressed, and then if enter or numpad enter is pressed, then it's saying it's giving me the name of the app that I'm running, and then it's telling me how many keys prior were pressed and the mouse position of the thing. So if I go up to search at the top and I type in, that doesn't count as a line of code. But if I go over to, if I write a line of code here, it'll add it there. And the same, I've got Claude over here, and it knows the name of the app, so it tracks it as Claude. And then if the app name is Claude, I log an event called AI question. That's it. That's something that I'll probably put onto GitHub as well. I've got plans for silly little interactive things so people can code along and they can have like the widget on their screen, and it would do leaderboards and things like that. Good morning, Dev Atril. What time is it there? I'm going to grab another drink. So I'm currently working on the vid camera selection page, and I'm about to grab my second energy drink for the day. It's 11:30 a.m. I think I deserve it. $5:36 a.m. Dev Atril is a early riser. So you have kids that woke you up, or you've done it on your own accord. I'm glad you like it, James. I think there's some scope to release it like on GitHub. I think it's very niche, but I think there's a bit of fun to it. And when I get if I get more than 25 lines of code in the 10-minute block, it'll trigger an animation. It'll trigger, like, there's some animations that are triggered when I'm on my current best streak. It'll have an animation. So I was going to test how this works now. A duck, and we go to the video camera selection. That's not as we expected. So we're going to resize that 100%. Video camera. what I want to have is I want it to know the width of the... it should know the width of the element, so I want to set the height of it to the same. So private variable height. The height will be empty to start off with. If height is nil, then I want the height to be proxy size width. And frame height will be height. It's obligatory as Muslim. I did not know that. We go to camera. There we go. Now we have got the we should be able to see each of the styles, but only earthquake is working. This is too... this music's from a stock library and it's too corporate. Oh, I can change beats per minute, so I can actually increase beats per minute, so it can be a bit faster. Earthquake's working. The zoom in, you're right, Dayton, some of them are working. Wobble's not working. Ease out not working. Zoom out. I guess I can work with it in preview. Zoom in out. Is working, and that runs intervals 15 seconds. So zoom in out zooms in and out twice every second. So zoom in out. We can see what's happening over here. Catalan, I'm testing live auto captions and I crashed the app when switching the audio input while having the Mac app up and running from MacBook microphone to an external Mac mic. I have to look into that. I've seen a couple of those crashes. It's a bit tricky. Sorry about that. Dev Atril, what do you think about these big corporations not allowing indie dev to create multiple dev console accounts? Mainly talking about Google. Once you suspend your account, it's game over. That's a massive platform risk that keeps me up at night. I don't like it. Oh, ready modal is not properly displayed in dark and light mode. I didn't actually test it in dark mode. Thanks, Catalan. Let me make some notes. I ended up turning it off as well because when I'm rendering and the CPU lags, it was causing the audio to lag coming into the app. So I've got to work out a way to stop the CPU lag. The crash happens when connecting AirPods as well. That's not good. I would be interested to know if it crashes all the time or incremental, because I have seen it crash incrementally. How do I change it to dark mode in settings on appearance, dark mode? Ah, yeah, you're right. Good spotting. How to set background to white or black depending on dark mode active in macOS. Flaky meaning it happens every now and then. Oh, you have to set it as a stack. Let's just do rectangle, foreground color, NS color. Let's see if that fixes it. Nope. The dark mode is an easy fix. That crash is going to be a bit harder. And what I'm going to do is in that app, I'm going to have like a thank you section. I can't copy and paste that. So Catalan, I'll be putting a thank you on there. Oh, look at that. My sidebar doesn't work because I'm in dark mode. I'll be going back again shortly. There you go. That works. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm going to release an update for that, but there's a few other bug fixes I need to do that I've discovered. If the device was not there when the app was opened, there's a dispatch queue I've got. got a 1 second delay between picking the microphone back up again. So here I've got, when I restart, this is what will be crashing for you. What I do is I stop the recording and then I wait half a second. I terminate the speech recognizer and then reinitialize again. So what I'm going to do, the issue that you're having, Catlin, might be similar to the issue that I'm having with the, it seems to have like a long data buffer. So I want to be able to make sure that I'm keeping up to date with the buffer. But that's a job for another day. In the meantime, I'm going back to light mode. Now it's not crashing for me either, because I crashed the app with both AirPods and external mic. From what I've seen, it's incremental, so when I put my headphones on, it crashes it sometimes, but not others. So I gotta just keep testing that. And you're right, James, the widget doesn't work with dark mode. I haven't considered dark mode. Dayton, I don't have a private test flight beta group, but that's a good idea. I should set that up. I'm going to generate the keyframes and we'll run with 4 seconds maybe. And so we reset that there. What I want to know is what the current frame is. So I might just get a running. So that's not looping it. That should be looping it. Ease in, out. Do I have ease in, out, rapid? What crashed? Preview shell quit. What's that? Oh, it's that. The little preview quit crashed. Okay. Turn it off. Rapid. Let's see if that fixes it. So this zoom in and out. It should zoom in, out, in, out, in, out rapidly and repeat itself. Awesome. Catlin's going to use the app on live streams as well. That makes me very happy. This preview doesn't work anymore. I'm going to have to restart Xcode. There we go. Okay, so we did have it doesn't loop, but it did it a couple of times. This needs to loop indefinitely, rapidly zoom in and out until max timestamp. It's not. Zooming in, true. If zooming in, then it goes in 20%. So that should do it indefinitely now. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to say here, preview. It's not doing it though. After up until about 30 frames. Oh, we want that to be 0 anyway. So we want to go from 0 to maximum timestamp. Interval is 7. And we want that to zoom in and out indefinitely. But it gives up after 30 frames. So what I'm going to do is find out what the current frame scale is. See if, yeah, so it's not setting, it sets it a couple of times and it forgets it. I reckon I know what's going on. Because we've only got 19, because it's actually got a, yeah. So what's happening is the rendered keyframes are not in like frame 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like a time-stamped keyframe. So the code that I pulled from has the answer. What's up with this? So we have the current keyframe here. This is my code for selecting current keyframe from a video. Instead, I have a timer running the current frame int. as an int frame 30 equals 1 second. So the timestamp can be just the current frame and not converting a time interval to frame. I don't actually think that that even provided the code then, did it? This is the code I am referring to. I wonder if it's smart enough to do that. Seems to be. So we got rendered keyframes, or it's not really called rendered keyframes. We might call it just keyframes. There we go. So that will repeat indefinitely. And that's the rapid in and out. And then we've also got zoom in out. And I wonder if for, yeah, well, I reckon I'll try it. That best doesn't look right for the widget. I was previously calling it from here, so I might just restore it back to the code that I had before. Yeah, so that looks better. So I'm not quite sure what's happening. It was supposed to get events, count events today. It was doing a total count of all of the lines I'd done, I think. So that would be 44, yeah. So I've got to change it. So at the moment, it's only getting the best from the last, from the map data, not the actual stats. Stop tasks, restart tasks. There we are. Okay, video camera, now we've got none, zoom in out, rapid, wobble not working, jump cut zoom out, quick zoom out, ease out, and they don't seem to work all that well when I go down. Zoom out. Zoom out not working. maybe the duck is too noisy. Maybe there's too much going on. I did find it to be a bit hard to view. So I might make it white. We'll make it a bit smaller perhaps. And a drop shadow. That drop shadow can be what I should do is just grab that color that we're using already. That way there's some consistency. Is that center aligned? Yeah, didn't look it. And instead of it being side by side, maybe what I should do is have it full width. Assets, and we're going to replace delete selected items, move it into there. So I think that's going to be a bit less overbearing. But I did set up this resize, didn't I? Just see what this looks like. We want it to be, we don't want it to have columns anymore. We want it to be 100% width. Not working as expected. Let's preview it. And we were doing, which one are we previewing? Zoom out. It needs to be a binding element. Constant. Now I can work with the preview a bit better. what I want to do is have that 100% of the size. I've got a proxy. Why have I got a proxy in there? Don't think I need that in there. Oh, I do need it because I get the size of it. But that could be changing the whole thing. Color clear on appear. I dislike geometry reader. What we might say is on appear, we'll go down private variable height, CG float nil, width, that's crashed again. Height times height width. There and there, there and there. Okay, so we've got the width and the height. That's all kind of working as expected. And then we've got zoom in out working, rapid zoom in out working, wobble's not working, earthquake is working, jump cut zoom out works, quick zoom out. Can't really notice the difference there. Quick zoom out. Because the setting it's 10. When it's a quick one, it's set to 0. When it eases in, it's set to 10. We're running at 10 frames per second, so we're not seeing a difference with that. We're currently running at 2 seconds, so let's reduce that again to, no, we're running at 4 seconds. Let's reduce that again to 2 seconds. Wobble is supposed to be like a shaky cam. Earthquake's working. Zoom in and out is working. It's hard to visualize, give a good representation of what the cut zoom out looks like. So when it's rendered, it zooms out, obviously, but in a loop it just looks like it sort of jumps around. So these look too similar, easing in, easing out. And then you got the jump zooms, and they zoom in like a huge amount ease in, zoom out. Let's remove the green. Let's remove the current scale. The height needs to increase. I guess that might just mean reducing width. Let's see what it looks like when it's actually rendered. This is a duck. Selecting the video camera. That looks better. Probably needs a little bit more work. I want to change the background color so it zooms out. Probably don't need so many zoomed in ones. Times 2. We might. I think we're just making too much noise by having too many zoom out effects. The cut zoom out is like a quick cut. The quick zoom out is like an ease zoom out. The ease out is like a slower one. You don't see them at 10 frames per second. We also need to set the background color of that. Background color hex, make it that hex color. And that means now when it zooms out, it's consistent. But yeah, the zoom in times 2, maybe that does stay. Now we no longer have to set the height there, we can remove that. And this one here, foreground color white. For now, they're just like a text placeholder. Let's see what it looks like. So when I go to video camera, go zoom in, zoom out, rapid, in and out, wobble not working, earthquake is working, jump cut in and out. Ease out. Maybe I need to show a little progress bar. Maybe that's how I'm going to do it. James in the UK, 1:20 a.m. Watch rest of the stream in the morning coding session. Have a good night's sleep, James. Worst part about being in Australia is I'm up when everyone's asleep. I seem to get a lot of the midnight people that code at night time, which is, I guess, is good. There's less people doing it at that time, maybe. And then also that's the time where you're a bit more lonely in the house. But I'm thinking I need to add like a little progress bar or something in there to show what we're doing. I might go back from, so time frame seconds. If we say like, maybe we loop it for 5 seconds. 30 frames per second, 30 frames per second. Have a good one, James. Luckily, you're off tomorrow from work, so finally managed to catch up at least some of the stream. Hassan, not only time zone difference sucks, Australia is also very far from the US. Take 24 hours travel. Yeah, we're very far away. Catch you in the next one, James. Player progress view value is current frame. Maximum will be, so for simplicity, this is going to be renamed as maximum frames. And instead of doing the calculation down here, 30. So doing the calculation down here, we'll do maximum frames. Maximum frames. Max frame, maximum frames. And we're going to have a progress view. And the values here are current frame and maximum, and so value and frame. Value, maximum, maybe just max. I want a rounded, we want a Z stack with a rounded rectangle. Corner radius 6, and then another one overlaid on top of it. But this one, width will be max divided by value. CG float. So if you have 30 frames divided by 15, no, we want value divided by max. So that way, if you have 15 divided by 30.5, Let's test it. Value 15, max 30. So that should give us a 50% bar. Or not. Mask. We'll add the rounded rectangle to the mask. And the rectangle will be in the middle. Foreground color theme 2, I think I called it. Theme 2 opacity 4. Width comes first. A lot of crashes today. Reopen. So you can kind of see that it is there. About what I wanted it to look like there. But this rectangle not displaying as expected. Alignment leading. Value divided by max. I think we went with, we need to do times width. So then we need to set the width value. Background, color, clear. Geometry, reader, proxy in. Self width equals. We kind of already know the width. Why am I bothering doing that dynamically? Let's just make it so we can change it. Not sure if the preview is going to work or not. CG float. Yep, that works nicely. Group all of these elements inside the view and add a shadow. By group, I mean the shadow is added to the entire thing, not just the individual elements. Thank you for the kind words, Hossein. We will so there we are. We've got like a progress bar that appears. It can be white, I guess. That will be aligned bottom center, center, bottom, just bottom. Add some padding at the bottom there. So ideally what we wanted to do is see what it looks like. So when we go to the selection view, we'll see what the animation looks like. And that works well for these types of animations where they're pretty static. The impact, it happens at the end. Crash. I'm not sure if it needs that progress bar or not. So what I'm trying to show is what happens throughout the lifespan of the video. Maybe there's a delay between it restarting, and then that shows you what happens. It looks like a loading bar though. It doesn't have the desired effect that I want, but this preview shows what the video looks like with the animation sequence. It repeats indefinitely. What I want it to do is have a delay of half a second before initiating, then on finish it has a half a second delay with the progress bar at 100%, and then restarts with the progress bar at 0% and the initial 0.5 delay. Does that make sense? Because I didn't make any sense to myself. Is delaying start animation. It's mostly these ones down here, the zoom in, that has the most impact. But I see what it's also doing. So it has to we have to have the initial state. It's not adding the initial state to it, which should be 0. Easy fix is so it resets at 0. Oops, I've just compiled it. So when it gets to the end, it resets. I don't need the delay at 0 anymore, just a 1 second delay at end only. And we've got the is delaying. And I might make it a nice effect. Opacity is delaying will be 0, otherwise it's 1. Oh, we're no longer set is delaying, are we? If current frame equals maximum frames, progress bar visible. It shows to start off with. And then false. What I want to do is when it reaches the end, the progress bar will disappear. With animation, if not progress bar visible, then with animation we show it. And then ideally what happens now is at the end of the progress bar it fades out and then restarts again. A nice-ish transition. And we make that delay 1.5 seconds. We make the opacity just slightly off. Just slightly off more. That lets us see exactly what it does. Maybe I want that to be 100% wide. Maybe I do want it to be a... Back to our trusty geometry reader. Proxy in. Color clear on appear. Self width equals proxy size width. That should set it to 100%. Width. There we go. Now we just have to have more padding. Just do all of the padding. And then when we view it in the actual thing. And now the wobble camera doesn't seem to work. So I've got to look at why the wobble camera's not working. None doesn't have to have the progress bar. If style does not equal none, it's not style, is it? It's style.animation video does not equal none. Cannot find progress bar visible in scope. It's right there. So when you have no animation, it doesn't need the progress bar, but the rest do. And now I can't see that there, so that is going to be black opacity 2 maybe. That's the progress bar. I want to see it on the grey background. Yeah, that's fine. So if I want to have earthquake, I select earthquake. That's not selectable. On tap gesture, why are you not clicking. Click, click. The other one was highlighted word. So I think I'm like closing the window, am I? No. Is active. I need to have is active in there. Is active is animation video active. So now when I set a camera style, it should select then close. We'll have earthquake, explosion. That works. It works. It works. I also noticed this one didn't have is active. We ended up running with presentation view, did we? No. Animation motion active. That is working as expected. We've got the camera, video camera. Might need a description at the top. Wobble doesn't seem to work. Kind of does. So we might need to make wobble wobble is a rotation. So I'm not actually doing anything with the rotation. I thought wobble might be the shaky cam. Rotate effect, current keyframe value, rotate. Angle. Rotate is integer, make it work. I've also got this appearing in the video preview, so I'm going to add that code there too. Actually, I know what's happening. I think I'm not. So if I go to here and I do wobble, that wobbles it. We're not wobbling it in the actual frame, and that might be why a lot of them look too choppy. I was thinking it's because it's 10 frames per second, but that isn't actually having a smooth transition. So now what I want to do is I've got this interopolate. So I think I've got animation sequence, animation sequence. So what I do now is basically just running with the code that I've already created to do the fancy animation stuff on a frame by frame basis. Plotted frames equals layers first frames. We'll rename that to frames because it's no longer keyframes. Animation frames. Keyframe. So we set up the keyframes, then we set up the animation sequence. The animation frames are processed through the existing calculations. Theory is that it hooks into the exact calculations that now appear on the video. So let's do wobble for what happens. Yeah, so now it animates a wobble effect. And if we go back to the selection view, yeah, there we go. So now I was thinking that it was because we're rendering at 10 frames per second, we couldn't see the impact of it, but now I can see it's properly animating it the way that I want it to. And it was all thanks to that wobble. Earthquake, jump, cut, zoom, quick zoom. Probably don't need to be that long anymore. 1, 2. I only need 2 seconds, not 4 seconds. Well, it was 5 seconds, was it? So I only need 2 seconds of animations. That's right, Dayton. I excuse you to go to the grocery store. But what we've got is now these animations are much smoother. You've got the wobble, and I'm only running for 2 seconds. And that's all we need. See, and it shows you the ease in and out. Yeah, that works really nice. You're just in time, Dayton. I can mark something off my checklist. Video camera selection now running. So we can now select the video camera, and we've got the nice transitions. I like it. I like it. Actually, the page that I was on, subtitle motion, this should actually be white, not purple. See, that should be white. Accent color theme. Where did I put it? Might have to go through and just put it into cleanup. I'm gonna have a quick break and I'll be back in a minute. Now next on my list is fonts and styles. So we've got the font, we've got the style. Popular fonts for captions on TikTok videos. What are popular fonts for captions on TikTok videos? Trying to look for fonts that would work on the app. First, I need to get it to work so I can actually select the font, because I can't select the font at the moment. First step, selecting the font. I think it's just as easy, that's just what I do. Maybe I just didn't have it selected. Font. No, it's not working. I think that might be on this style view. here. Show font selection view, select, apply font name. Is that working?
Run faster, baby.
That's triggering that. But then there's nothing actually set up to do anything. Unchanged style. Hello, Auto Clips. I really like Steam UI. What do you mean? Unchanged has no... The Stream UI. Thank you. This little sidebar on the side, I created that. It runs through how many lines of code I've been working on today in 10-minute blocks, how long it's been since I've done AI query, and then it sort of does a roundup of all of my what's what I'm looking for? All of my stats. And then I've also got keyboard camera, whiteboard camera. You can do code, I could do screen.
Run faster, baby.
Thank you. Unchanged. Apply font. Yep, that works. So let's see if it actually renders the new font. Yes, it does. We are applying the font name, so now I just need to pick out some nice fonts to use when creating clips with subtitles. Auto Clips apps, let's see what you're building. Create faceless trending videos in minutes with Auto Clips apps. So you're in the same sort of niche. This is the direction I'm heading to with building it, just an app for it. So I'm assuming you're all online based. Lifetime access. Yeah, so do you allow people to put in their API key, or is it lifetime access with unlimited API? Yeah, so you've got the credits per, because video processing with tokens is expensive, I think. But we're making we're in similar niches, but I'm focusing on the app side of it. So basically you import video, this app automatically creates the captions for it. And then we can customize how the captions appear. So there's no AI in this one yet. been following me on X for a while. Are you following me under Auto Clips or under your real name? Download. This is a cool font. But I don't know what these are going to look like translated to like captions. Should have a fonts folder somewhere. Fonts, there it is. True type font. Error cake. But I think real name, follow me. So I don't know. But I think landing page. I'm thinking video editing with AI is like the next big move. So that's why I'm gearing up towards getting all these video tools ready so I can start adding AI to it. Generate viral shorts with AI. Create viral shorts with AI. Create faceless trending videos in minutes. I mean, it's pretty good. I'm not the best creating landing pages. From what I've seen, it's pretty good. It tells me what it's, I mean, if I'm looking to do a faceless video, you've sold exactly what it does. So I think it works. Chemicax. And then I add, this new one is called Error Cake. True type font. My pleasure. Font manager. I've added it in here now. Not the other one. The other one was to register the fonts. Error cake. Error cake didn't do it. Error cake. Error cake. True type font. True type font. Default option none. Maybe it is registering through here still. True type font. Yeah, so I still have to register it through there. There we go. So that worked. Happy selfie. Happy selfie. There's no options in there. Happy selfie true type font. Happy selfie. Fan cake. I might add it to the end. Fan cake, true type font. Adore cats. Jumping chick. These new ones I'll be adding to the end because they don't have many options. So they're nice fonts, but they don't have all of the thickness and bold and italic. Jumping chick. I've already got Poppins in there. Poppins is a pretty popular one, isn't it? created a thing to make this a bit quicker. Does it have pop-ins in there? Yes. I haven't registered it here. This has a lot of options, so it might go before Rubik. Options. How do you do that thing where you can do multiple cursor? I don't know. The default will be medium. I'm pushing, oh, the camera's just cut out. I'm pushing the, working on styles I pushed to tomorrow. What I'm going to do is get these fonts completed. I'm supposed to have a camera set up there. That's not connecting. There we are. So I'm not going to work on the styles today. I'm going to get the fonts completed and then the ability to customize the fonts. The styles, I'm not going to be able to get them working that well on stream because every time I render the list of them, it's dropping the stream out. It's using too much processing power. And already my internet's dropping in and out. So I get the fonts all working. Selecting fonts. What other fonts? What I'm going to try to do is connect to my phone instead, my hotspot. So if it drops out, I'm going to end the stream, but if it doesn't, I'll be back. Are we back? Is it working? Are we back? Is it working? Let's see if I'm actually streaming. Okay, it looks like that worked. So I'm running off my hotspot on my phone. Hopefully it works a bit better now. What other fonts? I want like an 8-bit font. Will that work? Let's see. Press start 2p didn't work. I think it's because I had regular at the end there. We have regular as the default. And the options are regular. There we are, so that works. Not as great as I thought though. What are the fonts? Oh, that Wiggles one, a bunch of worms, that looks weird. 90s? Does 90s have one? This means 70s would have one. Because that was very 70s. Wobbles. What do you think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to ship with. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I want that to be 2 rows. I can't do the whiteboard camera anymore because I'm not on the same network as the camera. But I've checked off the fonts. Next is customizing the fonts, and then it's wrapping it up for the day. So we end up deciding that styles are not for today. Fonts I've added. Video camera selection is added. So now what I'm working on is customizing font. And that will create a style sheet with all of the options. I've got basic one in there already. So I've got like a crude one that I've done to actually create the styles. So it's just reusing what's in here to customize the actual font itself. Text style. So all of this here, text style, will all be manageable. When I click on font, it'll have a slider with the selection of the font and then an option here to customize. And I want this to be 2 rows. So it's here, font selection view. Font padding is horizontal. So we'll add this into a VStack with a horizontal padding. Duplicate that. That should be 2 rows duplicated. This has 2 rows duplicated, but I want top row to be odd numbered items and bottom row even numbered items in array. Probably could clean that up a bit. Baby woke up. I need to set the width of that, and it needs to be left aligned. Alignment leading. Width 180, 180, 180. A lot of references to sizes here. Generate preview image. Might make the font a little bit lower. That's better. That works widely. I like that. And then the ability to customize it under there. Width maybe a bit wider than 180. Because at the moment it goes a little bit too far off. Go all in. 200. That's better. I think might add some padding in there. Everything's like a fixed size. The actual image itself, I'll make a smaller width and the outside will remain 200. That works. Now back to font. If we're showing the font selection, we have this one here. And customize. Customize, like a palette. Edit. Maybe that needs to go above it, above the font selection. Or maybe because if I do customize, I want it to show here. Customize text style view. Customize text style view is presented showing customize text style sheet. We also have style and unchanged. Unchanged returns the style. When I set the font style, so we're using subtitle group style. It'll default to the normal style. But it should be set anyway. So there we are, we've got the ability to change the style. But that's going to change all elements of the style. On change. I guess that doesn't matter because we're loading it in there and then pulling it out. Some redundant features in here. It's got preview, we'll show a preview of it. Animation easing, we don't need that. Shadow, we'd like to keep that. Background, we like to keep that. And I'm actually thinking we get rid of, so show font selection is removed. It's no longer a drop down menu. What it does now is it shows a sheet with all of the customization, including the font. Font style. Font style opens it up. And instead of the drop down menu being here, we have the slider that we created. I want that preview to stay at the top. Font end style. What represents? Text. Just for the time being. And also we want color picker. Color, eye drop, palette maybe. Font, text, I think it has to be that one as some differentiation than just text. That's a wider one than that one. That doesn't work. That'll have to do. So color shows a drop-down list of all the colors. That shows a preview. That is a list. We're going to move away from having it as a list. It's going to be a V stack. At the top, it's going to be a fixed preview. You're going to go there. And then the list is going to be removed. What will that look like? I'm not expecting much from this. Expecting it to look horrible. As expected. But that means I can scroll up and down with the preview remaining. Now we just start adding some styling to here. I've already got the styling all like set up there. I want this to be a view that I can apply. Actually, I can just make the button a view. That's not a problem. Without Claude. Text. Style, customize, button view. So we got the title, icon, we don't need that. We do need a chevron down. Is active. Is active toggle, is active. And then we have a button here. Is active will be show color selection, title, color. That's the wrong area. We're in the customization. And we're editing at the moment text style. Add it there. Text style. If show text style. Let's see if that works. is active, not valid in the preview. Let's turn off the preview for now. Yeah, that works. Probably don't want it to be accent color. So button view, accent color white. This does a weird flash there. We don't need to do a weird flash. But otherwise, and we don't. Something's missing there. So when we're showing the text style, we have the available weight. So we got the picker font, but it's not displaying there. So we need to say font. So the picker doesn't show the caption if it's not in a list view. That works better. And then I have a nice under background color. Got this one here, so we're using theme 3. That shows the nice theme 3. If we add padding in there, does it add it to with the background or not? Also, that accent color needs to be white. We need to have padding needs to be horizontal. It works, but it's a bit too much padding at the top and the bottom there. What if I changed it so that the picker didn't change the height of it? Well, that set the height, the padding nicely. Hi Faraj, welcome to the stream. Oh, look. Yeah, so that adds it, makes it a bit nicer. From the United Arab Emirates. So do H stack. So we have font style that applies all of our nice styling. I got to make this a bit nicer. Create a view that allows me to add view content inside it. The formatting will look like this. Title. Content. Where title and content are provided. Yeah, I'm in Australia. It is the afternoon in Australia, just by 2 hours. This view, we're going content card view. Customize content card view. Title is font. And content is will that work? I've created a custom font thing there, so I'm going to replace that. Claude for the win. O1 is superior, but it's slow and expensive. For most use cases, in my opinion, Claude is sufficient, works great. I've been defaulting a lot more to Claude lately. That works. Wait. Color. Font size. thickness. Letter spacing. Line spacing. Complex problems, O1 preview. I haven't really used too much of O1 preview. I never really had reason to use the logic. We don't need color on this because we've already got color selection. Yeah, that works well. Look at that. Now I've got to apply that same style to outline, shadow. So we go outline. If show outline. Enable outline. Width. Outline color needs to be provided. What we've learned is that the text overlaps it. Because of its reasoning skills, it is less likely to make incorrect conclusions. Toggle. Enable outline. So V-stack. Padding horizontal. Make the color green so we can actually see it. Turn it on, turn it off. Increase the width. It works. Now we need to do shadow and background. So we go shadow, show shadow, shadow, enable shadow,
Captain, we've recorded abnormal signals of an unknown entity within 1,000 feet of the ship.
radius. Shadow color. This is gonna cause some errors. So we're working at the moment on shadow. I didn't know you could inject for live preview in simulator. I might need to research that. Didn't know that was a thing that was possible on SwiftUI, to be honest. Enable shadow. Yeah, because I recompile over and over. If I can inject it, that would be great. I'm going to research that after this. And then we want to add background. Background, show background. Enable background. Corner radius. Background color. Then we've got the V stack, which is here. Padding horizontal. I'm guessing I've got too many brackets in here. Or not enough. It's pretty easy to set up. Used Rude Ranks guide to set up cursor, custom rules, and inject code to simulator. Cursor is in the AI tool. Show background. I'm wondering why I can turn this preview text off. Cursor, the IDE. With the custom rules, I make sure that any new SwiftUI view that it writes already has 2 lines of boilerplate code needed for inject and live preview. Oh, so you have the... So there's a bit more involved than just doing it in Xcode. That's why I never knew about it. Background, enable background. What I need to do is have a minimum height 150. Don't need cursor for it. You can use inject with just Xcode as well. And then instead of having the font and style, I have this code that I've written, font selection view. So I'll add it here. Apply font name. I'm going to have to research just injecting it with Xcode. So I have, we can remove this obsolete code now. And I'll have a show font style. Font style. Did I just take that away from there? Selected font. Font selection. We can remove this one. Show font selection. And that will show by default. We can close that. Selected font, style, outline. So that lets me select the font from here, select whether it has an outline, which didn't work. Yeah, so I have some code here. Update font style. Font and style. Update font style. That's the most obvious change. That didn't save it. That didn't save it. definitely has editing style changing. Editing style, font name, that's definitely updating. Okay, so I've got style here. So I'm actually I'm not pushing anything to it. Animation text style. So we want to make sure we're pushing the updated style to the update font style, which we were doing before, but I wasn't triggering it to render the subtitles again. Changed. Update. Alright. Hopefully this works. Yes, it worked. I removed the outline and I changed the font, and the next one defaults to normal. That works nice. Font and style, we changed the navigation title to say font and style. And it will go under. So color selection will go above, will go under font and style. So move this down here. No longer do font selection there. So we have the color selection here. We have font selection there. We now have the selected font selection, text style, outline, shadow, and background. Remove customize font. So I've got through accent, the on animation select, we've updated that. I've revisited the styles, I removed that, that's not a today job. And then I selected new fonts. We updated the, let me run through it on screen what we did today. So today we got through the camera selection, animating what that looks like, a preview of it on screen. Should have made that transparent, to be honest. It's not too late. It's not too late. So the canvas size 1200 by 500. 1200 by 500. We've got camera selection, shows you a preview of what it looks like. And we've revamped the way that font's now selected with all of the customizations. Tomorrow I will tackle these styles. So style is like a combination of the colors and all of the settings. So theoretically you can get to the style through customizing in here, but the style is like a preset basically. And that's pretty much it. That was a good day of development, I think. Some issues with the stream, but we got there in the end. Stats, I did 229 lines of code. I only used ChatGPT or AI 17 times. Not bad. But tomorrow I will be tackling styles and hopefully creating new projects. So looks like I should be on track to launch this week. Pretty excited by that. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you again tomorrow.